Hey, how's it going, guys? My gosh, think it's day 20. 20 sessions since we started this. Oh, it's been a journey. It's been really good. I like it. I'm glad that I set forth the challenges I did for myself, even though we had a bit of a rocky time and a couple of silly rollbacks here and there. But no, I think it's going great. The only thing that's gnawing at me at the back of my head is this worrying feeling that this isn't going to be the Megabase I was hoping it would be, and that's really more so for like not so much our tile set layout, but our world's generation and its overall layout. You know, not having the super desert, if you will, not having oh, come on. Not having, you know, the Oasis Desert and the Dragonfly Desert put together again, period. Because ultimately, when it comes down to it, unfortunately, it's just... Dragonfly Desert is really more so just Dragonfly set piece, and that's pretty much it. Oasis has a few things going for it. Well, namely the Oasis itself. But it has Antline in there. It has the added effect of not having, you know, wildfires. It has more to it. The reason I would like the deserts together is that just gives you much more to work with in a single... You can treat it as a super biome. Hence why shorthand call it a super desert. But I digress. Let's keep going. If anything, what I might do is treat it more as one giant practice. Because it's definitely serving its purpose, if for no other reason than just going along and practicing and setting up things. This is indeed forcing me. It has forced me. I say force, that's a bit of a negative context. It has provided me with a means to go about making planned set pieces for a lot of other things I didn't think I would do. And, you know, it's things like me wanting to eventually... Hold on a second, let me check something. Okay, just trying to check the audio balancing. Okay, that should be better. Alright. But yeah, so the idea and the prospect of playing as multiple characters all at once, I mean in one single playthrough, but then, you know, making a space for each of them, or making sure that there's set pieces that will consider their needs, etc. Okay, so this is too large. There used to be 3 in the middle. You know, it really is a good thing, the ability to switch between the characters. I know that for a time there still might be a few people who just don't like the idea of the Celestial Portal. But I respectfully disagree. It really is just... It really makes the game even more malleable. Like I've said before, there's this self-imposed challenge, if you will, of doing things solo player, not solo character. And then, you know, the strategies used to defeat bosses when necessary, all that stuff. We were talking about the gameplay and the setup, the design, the game, well, yeah, gameplay and game design separately, because they are 2 separate things. And the really good venue of being able to apply both, and I think me and Lori discussed this earlier, it really does feel like 2, maybe 3 players maximum would actually have something to still, like, you know, strive for in a DST Megabase world. Because you can have people playing the roles that they like, you can have people just doing basing, people just doing bossing, people just doing crafting, building, etc. It really is a great, thing to apply. So I think I'll get 1, 2, 3 breaks here, and then we go up like this. And it's supposed to cut in here. So we'll cut this out. But yeah, even if, say, like, oh, a year from now, we give it another go. You know, there's people who build, like, mega bases thousands of days old and then redo it all over again. I know, like, one of the biggest indicators to do that is play hardcore, where if you die, then you start the whole project all over again. And not knocking that at all. In fact, I want to do that at some point as well. Maybe next time we will do that. And so this is still very valuable in just the amount of practice, because this game really does. It gets better with you get out of the game what you put into it, and you really do get more out of it the more and more practice you put into it. It is a game about refinement. It is a game about, you know, getting better, going through and finding out the character that works best for you or characters, so you don't, you know, bottleneck yourself. Okay, so the lunar stuff is going to go here. So yeah, all of that's relevant, and all of it's very useful. Matter of fact, another thing we were talking about a little bit was the concept of how adventure mode in Don't Starve 1 really helped along with that. The prospect of having to, you know, use your survival skills all over again. And I'm wearing the Turf Razor hat. Okay, because of the integration with the other highlighted zones that I'm putting, I think we're just gonna end up making it very narrow. Although that is rather far out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it should have stopped here. Oh, well, if that's the case, then maybe we can pull this off. Cut that out. Cut this out. That can be integrated into the wall well enough, because otherwise we'd have to cut it here. And that would just be silly. Unless we did something over here. Let's leave it open, see if we can do anything about that in the future. But yeah, I've built mega bases before, or rather what I will quantify it as is I've built mega base templates before for my own self. You know, that's something I definitely want to share, and I will share later on YouTube more extensively. But I've gotten to the point where I'll get like screenshots if I have to, or who knows, maybe I will stream it for a little bit just to show. I'm pretty sure my old tower can still handle it. I have it right here in front of me. Not the rig I'm using right now. But the furthest I've gotten is, the furthest I've ever, you know, run a game was 1682. Before I felt it plateaued, and I just really felt the urge to go ahead and play again, but with a different character. Like I specified as well in other sessions, is that to make it more interesting for myself, I keep myself restricted to like a single character that is going to be a quote-unquote main character for that run. Not a main as in a character that you strictly use, or the main team that even I use. But you know, to experience a game like that, I think the other best way to describe it is people who do YouTubers and other DST content creators that make boss runs is a great example of that. To experience the game as that character all the way through. You still have the access to, you know, the Celestial Portal, and you still have, you know, access to all of that, you know, provided for you, but you play mainly as that character. For example, you know, if I'm playing, when I play as Warley for the walkthrough, it's going to be just Warley. I'm not going to switch to Wanda or Wolfgang or Wigfrid whenever it would be more convenient for combat reasons. I want to play as Warley. Now, if hypothetically you could, you know, set up the backtrack watches for anybody, I would switch to Wanda just to do that, or much like, unfortunately, switch to Winona just to set up the catapults. But if Winona was the character I was playing as, then I would always have to go back to do more, you know, the rest of the content as Winona. That's how I limit myself. Now, strictly speaking, especially for hardcore level worlds, you have something like, you know, it's really just solo character, and that's your only restriction. You know, even though I'm actually doing that myself, I don't know what else to call it, because that's what I just say. I don't mean main as like your main character you play as. I mean like a main character in quotations. This is the character you're playing this world as. Sorry if it, you know, seemed really repetitive. I'm just trying to describe this off the top of my head. I guess we'll take this with us. But it's a way to play the game and experience it through, you know, with the parameters of that character. That way you actually fill the character fully out. This is how you go through all of the main scenarios as this character. And then it really feels like graduating to a point where you would do a Megabase World hardcore restrictions, like, you know, if you die and then that's it, would be something you would eventually graduate to at the very pinnacle of the content. Which I would like to think is something I can do now, after this instance, if you will. Okay, really quick, let's see. I guess I can just put this here for now. I'm gonna keep the bundles where they're at right now because, like I said, we're gonna switch to wireline a little bit. I just want to set these set pieces up. It's about time Leviticus had his own pen. Now we don't have to worry about him wandering about. I know it does say in the program that, in the game's programming, that Beefalo like savanna terrain. And whether that is the case or literally not, the savanna terrain isn't one that actually benefits from anything specific like that. I know some terrain is specific unto things, but okay, that's just how this is. That's a little annoying. Kind of like how certain plants or trees and stuff like that can't grow on certain surfaces, etc. But whether it is or it isn't, it's just thematically correct for the Beefalo, so that's what we're putting for him. We shouldn't need any more in this, other than that we can just get more later ourselves. Okay. This one is here. I should have grabbed the meadow biome, or grassland biome. Grassland turf from that biome. I should still have some here. That should just barely be enough. I think we need like 12. We're gonna want like 12. Oh, 11. That's fine. Right, because the carpeted turf. Okay. That's why he's following me. I did put the Buffalo Bell down. Shouldn't need to cover the flooring right now. Maybe a little bit more. Shouldn't need the turf raiser hats for a little bit. Okay, so Beefalo pen. There we go. I'm also noticing that as a habit, I'm guessing in a more traditional Megabase world, I should be putting these stations spread out, but again, like I said, the layout wasn't particularly great. The Oasis was absolutely workable, which, if you remember way back in day one, is really what I was concerned with, day 1, day 2. Which again, harkens back to what I was saying when I wanted more land to work with by having both deserts put together. I was hoping, this is the first time I did play on the setting of huge, the largest you can roll with for a map. Hoping that that would have enough key differences aside from just literally having larger biomes. So yeah, it really is just larger biomes. There wasn't anything else to populate in between. like, and I'm not gonna get into it, but I do know that there's a few things that the world generator rolls for biomes that you can get. There's optional biomes, like this, this rock quarry biome is optional. So having a second deciduous biome is optional. How these roll out together, like if they're blended or not, is all part of the random generator. If you've seen a video like the DST Ice Cube, you know that the world generator is... Let's be generous and say it's weird. It is rather restrictive, and it just has real bad habits that just doesn't seem to get over, which makes it a bit difficult. Actually, you know what? Let's leave that for the... Let's top him off. I don't foresee needing him, so let's go ahead and put him away. Our canary, so we don't have to worry about him. Nope, don't do that. Leave him there for now. I think you need... Oddly enough, you need boards for the type of walls I'm looking for. I'm also going to want... We're going to need more rope. Because the type of fencing I'm going to want is different from the ones that we've been using. Iron fence. Okay, that should be okay for now. If not, we're gonna use these same fences for the apiary when you start on that. These are the walls I want. Oh, what's this? Driftwood wall. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna need boards and more rope. Go figure. So you're gonna be using lots and lots of these because I use the lunar biome to highlight and surround the turf that I have around my base, much like this part here, but then I highlight them additionally with broken wood walls. It'll make more sense when you see it. I was gonna say, you know, a lot of people like certain parts of this game. I strive as much as possible to try out and try to like every facet of a game, which is why if I also really like a game, I end up going rather all out and like trying all of the classes if it has classes, trying all of the skill trees if it has those skill trees to try and get the most out of it. And I know a lot of people like certain aspects of the game, and you know what? If that much works out for you, it's totally fine. I'm just describing my experience and how I approach the game. And so because of how I am, I really like to try out everything. Even I like to look for reasons to have things to do in this game as well, to make the most out of the building aspect. Although, try as I might, yeah, there's a little rhyming going on there. At the 1600 and some odd day Megabase world I had, I just, you know, like felt the need to go over and do the game again to practice the skills I learned up to that point, and that eventually what wound up being what I would use for making the roadmap for the walkthrough that I want to do. When I say I've done 1,000 hours plus in this game, almost like 1,200 by this point, and maybe a little bit more. It's not at all to brag. That's not my character at all. That's not my nature in the slightest. But I do want to share, and you know, my experiences. I'm a teacher by trade, so I guess it's just natural to be mentoring in that regard. To try and improve and communally improve, because this game, funny enough, like another really great game that exists, Warframe. Warframe doesn't tell you or teach you how to play Warframe. Likewise, DST does not teach or train you on how to play DST. It's very communal, not very, it's solely communally driven, which has its ups and its downs. There's a lot of people who would love this game, but haven't been able to because of the large quit walls that this game has in it. You know, the most prominent one being, you know, deer clubs and stuff like that, and how the toll of failure, or in a game where they want you to learn by failing, would be fine enough if the cost for that failure wasn't so immense. You can lose whole worlds. You can try to stabilize, true enough, not everything is so strenuous and difficult as such. But all the same, you know, if I wasn't the type of player that I was, when a game pushes at me like that, in that regard, I tend to keep pushing back and hitting my head against it until it gives up. So that kind of stubbornness is what kept me going into this game, to actually settle on some things, change some aspects and settings in the game, and learn. This game is very harsh in, I would say, the wrong way. And it stops it from being more than it could be. It stops it from being what it should be. I'm not saying that the game isn't successful. I think it is very successful. I think the Clay is doing a great job running it. However, retroactively, they haven't done too much in the way of showing these things that I've talked about. But they have taken a lot of meta and a lot of, I guess it's just the one way to say it, a lot of meta methodology into addressing these issues. For example, the game does indeed have an easy mode. You can have any damage you take, you can reduce or even negate any hunger damage. It just can't be fatal and stuff like that. You can have your damage, and by that same token, you can double your damage if you want to be, you know, even more challenging to yourself. And in that regard, that is very helpful. But in another sense, you know, this is going to sound bad because it sounds like I'm complaining. I'm just describing the scenario this game faces. There's all of these settings in this game, and they are incredibly overwhelming. Like, there are many other menus that games have forced players to interact with as a first-time thing, and people just already check out from those alone. You know, another case in point, some of you might feel that I'm talking your ear off enough as it is. That kind of feeling really much extends to this sort of, you know, this sort of thing that they face as well. I mean, look at all these settings. This is just the settings, not just the world gen. There's another tab for each of them. And if you have a cave system, it's that again, ×2. See, a lot of this can only really be fully appreciated if you interact with it enough to identify what exactly it means, what exactly it entails, and all that other stuff. In a game like this, where your knowledge is pivotal to your success, it's just so much. I want to say I first learned the real true handle of the game when I went through as Wirt, and then I did another world as Wigfrid, and then I was still like finally at that point. I had stabilized successfully to where I could finally understand, in the context of this game, which way was up, which way was down, which way was left, which way was right. Generally, it is a live service game, they keep adding to it. But that kind of dedication, and I don't want to call players, you know, like lazy, not at all. But I do believe that there's a firm difference between holding players' hands and slapping it away. And again, that's going to sound bad, but Clay hasn't so much slapped it away so much as they just never offered a hand, period. And at some point or another, there is no difference there. That just means your quit moment happens a little bit later. Warframe is absolutely guilty of this, and no, I don't at all expect people listening or watching eventually to have to, you know, read up or know about Warframe. But just understand that when I say that it's the same situation, it feels a lot like that. People should be like really enjoying the game's feeling. Again, that's like I said, gameplay, game design. DST's gameplay is very fun and very satisfying, provided you understand what exactly it means, and that's part of the fun of learning it. However, it's very possible that people might die on the very first night. You'd be surprised how often that might happen. I'm not saying that they should get rid of Knight, or they should get rid of Charlie, although oddly enough, I should mention you can turn them off also. Or you can turn Night off in terms of like you can make it just day. And if you feel like you should do that to learn the game, please do that. That's what I did. But then of course you understand that there are situations that can only be experienced at certain points of the day. You know, if you turn off Night, you can't experience things that involve the full moon and the one thing that involves the new moon. And I say that quite poignantly. There's only one real thing you ever care about with the new moon, and that's the Chao chess pieces. It's just really frustrating, and since this is a very community-driven game, I wanted to do my part in helping other people. Laurie Malron, my best friend and my brother, had told me that there's a lot of people who haven't even survived to day 100. Or, if you will, survived even one full year, all 4 seasons. When a lot more of them could absolutely pull this off. Oh, I made a mistake here. Or rather, not a mistake, I deviated from my design. I don't want to do just a basic square. So what I'm hoping to do with the Warley walkthrough is that you guys can absolutely do it too. There is so much that this game offers, even amongst its own genre of survival game. Because this game is so much more than that. It starts off as a survival game, but if you want to, it can become an adventure game. It can become a world-building game. And you see all these tags on stream and whatnot. And at some point, it also feels a little bit, silly. Like, oh yeah, I'm writing a book like it's adventure, comedy, horror, drama, all this other, just like ticking boxes or something like that, and it just feels like it doesn't have a point. It should be 1 But what's great about the game's settings, and like I said, consider of course that Clay is actually okay with this, to change the game up to something that suits you. If you want to play the adventure game, turn off the survival stuff. Turn off the hunger stuff. Turn off the darkness stuff. If you want to play the survival game, just leave the stuff on default, pretty much. Or if you want to play, the world-building game, turn on free craft, and then just build stuff. Now, I know that last one has a little bit of a caveat to it. It requires you to be on PC. But I will also mention that the dupe glitch that exists on console absolutely makes that possible too. Okay, that's more like it. But yeah, really all of this is just one giant... the project I'm doing right here and the project I'm working on with Warley is just one giant culmination of all of this. And this is not the only game I feel this way about. Monster Hunter, specifically Monster Hunter World, is a good example as well. A good instance of this. Although for that game I would argue that every gamer would love Monster Hunter, they just don't know it yet, and that's because the weapons that it has are not what other games would typically treat as whole other different, just equipment. No, those are whole entire classes. Just like how different characters in this game can absolutely generate a very different feel and experience. Some of them have overlap, and in a game as large as this that's also live service, I think options is great. Some options are very important. But there is still a drastic difference between, you know, Wilson being... Every game like this has, and even the lightest RPG elements, should have the vanilla character. The very basic one, etc. Something to go off of. The best equivalent in Warframe is Excalibur. One of the starting Warframes you get. You know, yeah, the vanilla one, the neutral one. Wilson is absolutely great because he doesn't have any specialties you have to worry about, although unfortunately he doesn't have any specialties that you can give you an advantage. He doesn't have any specific difficulties or restrictions, etc. It lends into itself. And then, as you like, start branching out into other characters. I believe that's how Don't Starve 1 was configured. You had to start as Wilson, and the longer you survived as Wilson, the more other characters were unlocked. Now, as for myself, and even in Monster Hunter, people will, you know, ask, what's your main? And the idea here of a main, I understand that. The idea is this is the one I'm going to learn. This character or weapon, what have you, this one thing is what I'm going to prioritize and focus on. Now again, I'm not saying that this is something that you should do, I'm just saying this is how I am as a player. What I'd like to do is to branch out as much as I can and learn the many aspects, because even from different points of view or character playstyles, you can learn different advantages for even other characters you didn't think you might have. Good example of this is why I'm actually choosing Warley as the character to do the walkthrough with. I'm like, well, you said Wilson's the best, why not do it as Wilson? Because he teaches you how to learn everything. Because Warley gives me the advantage to fully utilize as much, if not all of the systems in this game, and touch on them at least a little bit. And I'm being a little generous when I say even a little bit, because really, like I said, people can choose certain characters or certain playstyles to just focus on their own. But Warley gives me the opportunity, and he's why he's one of my favorite characters to play as, and it's actually the character I took my first Megabase world to, is that he really does take advantage of all the facets. If you think about it this way, every character should be Wilson plus or minus, with certain certain characteristics. So Warley is Wilson with specific cooking traits. He has certain downsides like his repetitive meal stuff, restrictions and whatnot, even though you can get over that. But you know, in a game about not starving, he really focuses on the food aspect. But he also still has to survive, just like Wilson does. And so he takes it further from there. Wilson, of course, doesn't have to worry about specific ingredients, because Wilson can just, you know, eat this, and any other character aside from Warley can eat anything over and over and over again and get the same amount of it. It can really bottleneck your choices. And while on the surface that's totally fine, it also prevents you from not understanding all, or discovering or utilizing all the other dishes that exist in this game. A good example of this would be like Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Now between those two games, cooking saw objectively an improvement. I found myself cooking more dishes of varying types in Tears of the Kingdom versus Breath of the Wild, but once you realize that Hardy Durians and Mighty Bananas did what they did, those were pretty much the only meals you needed to make. What made that even worse is that in order to make the best results, all you really had to do was just get multiple copies of the exact same thing. DST is brilliant in how it deals with its cooking. You know, it's not flawless, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of things about this game that can still, in my opinion, use some work. But the most of any game that I've played, I just bring up Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as a for instance of a game genre dipping its toe into a different thematic dipping its own genre into the genres of other games, i.e. like survival. And although Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom is not a survival game, it has the same attributes of cooking in that regard. The only other time you really see cooking in a game that isn't survival is something like Animal Crossing or any other game. Like, okay, I guess Genshin has one, but I don't know too much about that, so I can't speak on it. But Worley, you know, he's the reason I made this setup here. I thought it was brilliant to have all of... It taught me as well to keep all of my resources not only organized, but close by. And it sort of met, you know, form and function. Met with function. And again, from the surface, I'm more practical, I guess. This is what I mean by saying a template. Like, in a little bit, this is about all I would set up, you know, in a world. I have all these set pieces and important parts, but a Megabase world goes all out. It decorates the all the biomes, makes it one complete solid unit. And while that's great as a meta thing, you know, just for the world building and, you know, I guess from the hardcore perspective, it forces you to keep, you know, still keep your combat practices up and running so that you don't die later, or at any point you're still on your toes. I can understand that, but at that point, practically speaking, I felt it was better for me to start over again and learn either a different character's playstyle or just do the same thing over and over again but push even further the second time around, which is again what I liked about even this playthrough. To teach myself to make my own set pieces and then organize them accordingly. Like I said, I have a bad tendency of... This is just opinion. This is just me. I'm just more, I don't know, I guess practical about it. I feel like a lot of these pieces should be more spread out. But in my head, it just makes sense to keep them, well, relatively close to each other. And not worry too much about... In other words, I do things more practically in that I focus more on the building and functionality. And then afterwards, if I've done it a few times especially, then I will worry about its finesse, if you will. Its feng shui, its look and appearance. I've been through many different beefalo pens. I've been through many different iterations of these farms. And with every successive playthrough, it's forced me to go bigger on it, if for no other reason than to just be different from the last time. Even as the community learns from other people and other set pieces, like the ones I'm going to put up on YouTube, they are specifically and purposely a template. They're just an example. And if you need to emulate them one-to-one at first, please do. There should be no shaming about copying anybody's setups or methods or strategies at all. Especially in this game. Especially in a game like this is so communally driven. There should be no shame on that. But however, consider, if you will, the chance to then be, you know, grow into your own. Take your own twist in it, you know, even if it's just design-wise. Because at some point or another, functionality is just going to be functionality. You know, a merm farm is just going to function as a merm farm. But if you want to spread out and make it more than it is, and then just try to accommodate that, that's a special challenge you can give yourself. This is all the things I love about this game. And now I need to move Leviticus into his pen, and I now need to move all other stuff there too. Which reminds me, we need to actually work on our salt. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to breaking down the game full stop, or full on with the walkthrough, and I hope that anybody's watching this will come and join as well. I'm only really streaming on Twitch because it's a good way to get even practice sessions, you know, cataloged, because it's still viable enough as, you know, just to watch even practice runs. I mean, otherwise, I'm just sitting there practicing, and when I could be sharing it with people who have, like, interests and stuff like that. I've met a lot of people I wouldn't have otherwise. And I remember all your names. Well, your usernames, anyway. Like I mentioned a few VODs ago. I understand totally that, even from my own experiences, there's a lot of streamers that I really like and I do follow, and I just don't have the time to see them live. Or even if I do catch them live, I'm like, oh, but I'm, like, behind, and I want to stay up, you know, caught up from where they, you know, from where I left off for them, so I don't get lost or I can fully understand the context. Sometimes I catch up, and sometimes I don't. But please understand, when I say I miss you guys, or would like to have you guys all at once to talk to you, that's not all, like, not all it means to, like, pressure anybody. I know that people are watching the VODs. I see the views. I see the numbers. And I'm not going for high numbers because that's not my thing. I have a job. You know, this isn't... inherent necessity, my job. It's part of my life, it's part of my passion. Video games always are. It always will be. Played video games since I could hold a controller, never looked back. I won't tell you with what just yet. I won't age myself quite yet. But yeah, hopefully that can make shed some light on my methodologies, my understandings, my ethos, my gamer ethos, if you will. Sorry to talk your ears off about that, but I felt sooner or later I should probably explain myself more thoroughly. Or make an attempt to, anyway. Okay, so we're gonna put a big house in there. We only need 4. Actually, I can still make one now, right now. Okay, no worries. Oh, I already had one pre-built. Okay. Well, that's better. Today we're also going to work on the cobblestones, because we need a lot for the 3 spawn points for Toadstool, so we can start working on fighting him. And work him into our boss routing regimen. I think I landed on the right spot. Okay. Okay, now that that's finished. In order to get the salt going, I really am going to want to get these salt racks going. Actually, I saw some people making docks out to, like, okay, yeah, right over here. I suppose we could do that just on its own. I'm also really glad the silk farm didn't have to be redone. All I would do is just extend it, vertically. I would add another pair of rabbit hutches down here and then just, like, extend it up this way. And then making Wanda's backtrack network would be really cool. I want to get that going too. And hey, we finally have all the giant crops while I was talking. We have all the giant crops for our farmer's market, I call it. I don't know if you noticed this, but when I tried to organize this at first, just to get a handle and train myself, again, using Warley for cooking all the giant crops for the ingredients I would want, I tried to color coordinate these going in this motion. From the reds to the greenish purples to the oranges to the whites and then finally a green here. This is where it touches on green. So it goes red, purple, orange, white, green. Something like that. It's not completely full yet. We haven't gotten all the bells and whistles, if you will. That's what fighting the Celestial Champion and Toadstool is going to be all about. Hopefully we'll get to that today. That is going to be my goal. We're going to be fighting Toadstool at least once today. And if you're asking about Misery Toadstool, I do technically fight him, but I'm not quite so brazen as to do that wholeheartedly just yet. There are limitations that I know I have on myself for just playing on controller. And if I could just master playing as mouse and keyboard. But who knows? Because of how lousy Sony treated the release of the PlayStation 5 with all the scalping, I got my rig, my more modern rig. My first tower I got in 2012. Oh, we could probably try them now, actually. And that's the one I first started transferring over and started playing DST on for the first time after a few years playing on console, which is why I'm playing on controller even though I'm on PC. And then from that I just determined that, okay, I'm gonna get I had it up till, gosh, almost like 8 months from now. I haven't had this rig for a very, very long time. But I knew that if I was going to, I would need something for gaming. And if PlayStation was going to treat it so poorly, and just, I think the time was now to just move on to PC gaming. Just the experience I was having was enough for me. look at let me reference my pictures. Yeah, okay, I think I put this here. No. And this one goes here. Back up. Oh my gosh. Okay. Here. And I believe we get the Beefalo station, even though I don't use it. I guess there is a way. I've seen some streamers with the Beefalos being in different costumes without removing their trait face on them. One of the things I like about the rear Beefalo is the cute little smile he has. This is the jolly feeling he's got. Feels swell. Feels nice. I'm trying to remember if this needs hay or not. I can't see it because I haven't prototyped it. Oh no, it just needs those two. Okay. What's good about the True Salt Lick is that I don't have to worry about having to keep replacing these and keep remembering the positioning. Okay. And with that, Leviticus has his new home. Okay, boy. Let's put you in there. I guess I could decorate the rest of the interior with certain things like that. Like the saddle and whatnot. And all this stuff is in preparation for, you know, the end game. The lights and whatnot. Just leave them here out of the way. Maybe it was because of the angle, but it seems a little bit off. It feels like this is the center. Alright, I take it back. We gotta move some things around. Question is by how much. Okay. Well, let's just count the fences. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the center is in between 6 and 7. 1, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, it's like around here. Kind of where Wanda is currently at. So let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we'll leave it. Okay, and then we organize it based off that. This should be fine. I'll leave this here for now. Maybe it got quite so off the edge. I want it to be seen. Two honey ham is essentially one beefy meat stew. I appreciate the energy, guy, but I need you over here right now. Don't worry, I'll get you home in a sec. Actually, where is... Probably exchange that now. afterwards. I think that's right. Alright, I think that's right. This should be right. There we go. That's much better. Okay, that's how it's supposed to look. Okay. We'll just put it right about here. It's not going to be perfect every time. Because I can get rid of this stuff now. Oh, I'm gonna need another hammer. Keep them closed up. Probably put the stuff here too. Okay, so we have needed them. Actually, you know what? These should be relatively fine just there. Okay, things are still wet. Let's go fight Dragonfly. We're gonna want some more gems. We're not hurting for them, but we don't want to be in a point where we are, you know. No, I shouldn't. No. I was thinking about bringing Chester. I shouldn't need him. I usually try staying on her as long as I can in between the boxes because of, again, controller. I don't want to make an opening in the walls if I don't have to. Or I don't have to risk it if I don't have to, rather. Alright, so we call this. Oh, nice. Probably got the knockdown. Let's see if we can get her within one-shot range. You do not want to have to get the loot over the pits. Alright. See if we can't intercept her. There we go. Nice. The one hit is practically guaranteed. I mean, I guess technically you could just start with putting her to sleep and then do the wake up. Kind kiting method, which is make sure she falls asleep, hit her twice, and then dodge, then repeat from there. But that's not really necessary. Just if any other particular person felt like wanting to try a no-hit playthrough of the game. Which, no joke, I do believe someone will try that, and also no joke, good luck to you, sir or madam. Is it doable? Technically, yes. Is it desirable? Yeah, probably not. I mean, I guess it's true. We haven't fought Claws in a bit, but okay, fine. Let's make him available. The announcer will tell us if we get one right away or we have to wait 5 days. Speaking of Winter's Fest. I really do like the artwork in the game. Well, you know, half of them. Okay, loot stash is indeed available. We just gotta go find it. Yay. I'll just use the last one here. Only one green gem. Sad to see. I mean, there can actually be a use in fighting the moose goose, because you get a lot of meat from it. Oh my gosh, we're actually full on this stuff, huh? Oh, there we go. Let's see if he's any in the spots we've put Occuvigils in. He is not, so we gotta go find him. Oh, and I finally learned actually what the problem was. I thought it was a glitch. It was actually just a series of unfortunate timing. If a boss is going to spawn in a place that you've blocked its spawner, like Claus' loot stash, and you're in the same... If you're in the circle, not in the circle, in the screen of where that spawner is, even if it's blocked, he'll spawn there, in which case it'll destroy what you used to block it. So for a while, I thought it was patched. Like, oh, come on, what is this? That's no fun. If we are, we're gonna go find him and fight him. We need to bring Chester with us. We'll just finally pick this up. Okay, then just make it easier on ourselves. So I guess what I'll try to do is throw up the Occuvigils on top of this spawner, and then see how that goes. Hopefully that'll work out. Now, speaking of which, here are some of the antlers. Now, if we're fortunate enough, we might actually come across the no idea, but it's quite possible they despawned by now. This time I've had a real bad habit of forgetting that it's every turn of winter. Again, for playing as Wanda and the severe need for tusks that really kept me focused on just doing that for winter and then just going into the stuff I wish I could do while while having to wait for winter to end. Oh, we have a... Oh no, the Archivigil there. Okay. I thought we had a spawner that wasn't covered. Okay, well if he's not here, then he's in the mosaic biome. These pigs, I'm going to go to the... To make sure that we get a guaranteed pig skin, we're going to feed them that monster meat. Okay, I guess he just appears randomly across the world sometimes. So yeah, he's somewhere in the mosaic biome. Did we seriously not spot him down here? Oh, I don't have any Archivigils down here. No, I don't. So let's hope he's not near any of the... Ah, these dumb pigs. Let's just hope he's not near any of the tall birds. It's just, again, because I'm on controller, it's really not viable to use something like weather panes. I wish that wasn't the case. I really like the idea of them. I think they're really cool, and they actually have they have good use in certain boss fights. Which I'm both thankful for, and again, for another attribution to wishing I could, find a use for it. I fight Toadstool without weather panes. The Moonstone Axes and the Honey Spice is really all you need, even to do it solo, and hopefully we'll see an instance of that. Although I haven't fought Toadstool in a little over a year as well, I still generally remember the strategy. We're going to want Ice Staff, we're going to want our Pan Flute, we need the Axe Cutters, we need him to be fully wet so that we can hit him with Volco Chafois at full capacity, and it's totally possible to solo him, even on a regular vanilla damage. So being old Wanda, oh, this should be even easier with some practice, of course. I have not fought Toadstool with Wanda. Ever. Oh good, they're here! You know what, I'm really tempted to just secure these guys. Well, I'm afraid they're gonna disappear. I don't know, should we try for it? No. I still haven't found I still haven't found Claws yet either. He's gotta be somewhere up around here. Okay. I'll leave this stuff here. Still on cooldown here, but we should have a shortcut. Yep, we have a shortcut to base. I guess it depends on my mood for that playthrough. Sometimes I box them in, sometimes I don't, and just go out looking for them to make it a task, a thing to do after winter. So again, I do feel that's a part of them forcing winter to be a thing in your playthroughs. Even if you have claws available, like, or year-round because of Winter's Fest, you still need the antler keys, and the antler keys only develop from the No Idea herd during winter. So I'm like, okay, fine, I'll play that game. Winter for the shortest amount of time, 5 days. Okay, that should be good enough. At this point, I just want to box them in. We'll worry about making a doorway later. Oh no, these bunnies are losing. Stop that, go to sleep, and go away. Gosh. I guess that means we do have to fix up the Silk Farm. Just so I don't have to worry about bad interactions or bad RNG if the fight goes south for them. It should still be in the corner over here. Oh yeah, these tall birds are back in there, well, on their own, so I don't have to worry about smallish tall birds beating them up. Okay, good, they're still here, and they're still asleep. Oh. Okay, they are. I don't mind using the pamphlet for this. The problem is, though, this is a possible claw spawner, so let's let them maneuver out here a bit, hopefully. I mean, obviously we would herd them not in the places where claws could spawn. Here, let's just do this utilitarian. We'll just keep them locked up. As terrible as it sounds. Just keep them boxed in for now. We'll worry about moving them to a more permanent location later. Chester, I need you out of the way, buddy. Now they will attack walls if you try to make them run inside a too narrow a space of an area. I'm gonna try and make it this whole. It doesn't have to be pretty either. Oh, they're starting to leave. Try and push them back. See, as soon as I hit them, they're gonna go off running, and I don't quite want that either. This might actually be easier if I was on Leviticus. I don't know. Almost. Uh-oh. They're trying to split up. Okay, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to have them run down that way. And then hopefully run into this corner over here. Or this whole place will be blocked up. I'll give them some kind of running space. Okay, now we're gonna have to remaneuver them. Which is actually much easier on a Rider Beefalo as well. Oh good, we got some of them early. No, go back the other way, please. The other way. Thank you. Now go to the right. There you go. No, no, no. Keep going. There you go. Okay, I gotta be ready on the pan flute. Gosh, you guys are so eager to turn so easily. Alright, stay there. Hold that pose. It doesn't have to be pretty. Probably should have done this sooner, but I digress. At least we have it now. Okay. We'll just work on transferring these a little bit later. We have more than enough keys we're going to want for the immediate future right now anyhow. Okay, this also means that now they're near a structure, they will not despawn at all. They're going to be there all year round now until we find a more permanent location for them. In the meantime, let's go look for claws. Well, I'm hoping should be out here somewhere. And it started raining again. That's a happy coincidence. fine for hold right now. Don't see him. Oh, don't tell me he's out over here somewhere. I hope he shouldn't spawn. He shouldn't spawn out here. No, I don't think so. I didn't overlook him in the deciduous biome, did I? It wasn't on screen anyway. Now we could spawn up here because this graveyard side piece is part of the mosaic biome. And of course he could spawn up here because he has before. I think that was the first spot we found him in. But he's nowhere near down here. Yeah, this shouldn't be part of the mosaic biome. It said his loot stash is up, so he should be around here. That pig is still at him. And now he's at me because of the jelly beans, right? We should outrun him. Honestly, by the time we find this loot stash. There he is. He's tucked away in this corner over here. Along with all this wood that we forgot to pick up too. We'll get to that as well. Okay, I'm just gonna need room here, so I'll put this stuff away. Okay, well this wood can technically catch fire, so just to make sure there isn't any risk involved with using the lure plants. It should be fine for now. We'll pick up stuff later. This will also be the last time we'll be fighting without fish codon blue because we're going to switch to Marley. Okay, just make sure that he doesn't wander too close. Okay, give me all the stuff. 2, 3, 10, 4, 5. Okay, we haven't fought this clause yet, so at this location. At least one space across, one tile across. Okay. This is barely fine. Fine, we'll use the Volgoshafwa and show how even faster this goes. That should be fine. Now let's switch this up a bit. That's better. There he is. Yeah, it's a little silly. You can actually do it in one full alarming clock charge. Yep. Now what I'd like to do is, in order to mark where it was, I mark it with a sketch. So I want to block that for his spawner with the Aki Vigil. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Wait. We missed one of the fossils. We're gonna 1L4. Okay. So that counts as 1. Okay, now for the Aki Vigil. Okay, that should work. As long as 5 days are up and we're not in this tile, it shouldn't... And he doesn't choose to spawn him here, it shouldn't get rid of that. In theory. There are quite a few things wrapped up here. No, I actually don't need this right now. Okay, time to go. Alright guys, come on, win. I do not want to have to go to the nonsense of redoing that whole farm. Well, not all of it, but most of it. Actually, I want this first. It's like here, I believe. No? Is it here? There. Okay, let's open this stuff up. Oh, yeah, it's the gifts. Hey, we got an albatross bill. And a scale. That's nice. Hey, this is our own personal stuff. Oh, no, it isn't. Oh, I put that stuff in chest. Okay, we have a spot for dairy. Oh, the thick fur. Berger, if only your skill furs your hands. If only the insulated pack was actually, you know, more useful beyond early game. Actually, yeah, we can take this with us. That's gonna be exchanged out. Just do there. Get rid of this stuff. Start getting more of these. We're more or less good on these, so I'll just pick up what I can. It's a little frustrating that the timers aren't, you know, a little more closer in line with each other. But I guess that's supposed to add to the notion of you having to pay attention. Hey, Lori. How are we doing today? Better, I hope. Good to hear, good to hear. So was it a spot of food poisoning? Oh, sorry to hear that. I'm glad the worst of it's over. Oh, right, you can't cook those items. Oh, no worries. Okay, just leave that here. We're very slowly exiting late game and going into end game. It's end game after we stop. We start defeating Toadstool regularly. It's officially end game. At least that's how I gauge it. Okay, 21 days. So we got plenty of time in spring. That's not gonna be a problem, is it? Okay, good. He's distracted, so he's not gonna destroy stuff. Okay. Okay, I think the time is now. Let me go ahead and switch to Worley. Well, we did technically do it earlier, though not as early as I thought. We did have to stop to grow the asparagus. And then there's this stuff I'll have to figure out. It's a good thing. This is what you do now, pretty much in the game. Okay. Oh, we know the drill. Oh, right. Whoops. Okay. That's what I get for not marking it. I forgot the middle one is the Celestial Portal. No, I'm not fighting. I haven't fought Nightmare Werepig just yet. Slowly but surely, we're going to engage with it. I've started to learn exactly what constitutes the Rift content. I'm obviously going to want to fight the Bright Shades, like, intentionally, but I am also going to want to do as Loch Ness Monster has portrayed and find a way to bait them so they're not constantly bugging us at base. Yeah, it's not a tremendous amount, although it's enough to just vaguely change the end of game content. I mean, strictly speaking, Wolfgang now just straight up outclasses Wanda, except for, you know, the teleportation. That's it. With the planar damage he has and the lunar alignment you can get with him, he's just much better at doing everything, including clearing the ruins. Most importantly, clearing the ruins. He outdamages Wanda in the ruins and is not frail like she is. We'll just walk this way. It might very well be, who knows. But like you said, it really has been piecemeal lately. I'm gonna say this time next year for sure we'll have some more substantial content. I mean, in total. I don't think they're gonna, like, obviously in the next few months we're gonna get something else in the next few months, like the roadmap is shown. Oh no, seriously? That's a glitch. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop that noise. Yeah, that little thing has happened right now. But I mean, like, the next major release, I don't think they're gonna hit us with another... I don't think they're gonna give us another set of skill trees just yet. They're probably gonna add on to the Rift content one more stage at least. But I think they're gonna cap it with a boss. People were hoping for a boss even with this other event currently. We didn't get it. Yeah, just more planar stuff again, but more focused. They're probably gonna begin it with a boss, and they're gonna end it with a boss. I'd like them to give us more bosses. A lot of us would, but they're probably gonna give us more events, even though technically the Rift content is events. Maybe something more along like questline events, stuff like that. Oh, good. Crab King is available. Please excuse me while I ignore that entirely. I guess just to finish up some things, I should just collect this stuff now. Make sure I have all 3 rows. Might as well, since I'm just passing them anyhow. Well, I guess it's a good thing I forgot I got the wrong watch anyway. I forgot to bring the B-Philip belt with me to ride back home fast. We're not in any extreme rush. Also, as that happens, disconnecting, it makes it look like it's going to be a normal night, but it's still affected by the alters. Yeah, there you go. But this is dark blue for regular night, when it should be light blue for lunar night. I don't know what killer bees are doing up here. Oh, they must have been chasing the hounds that are around here. I really do hope this planar stuff goes somewhere. I mean, not that it isn't at all, it does show signs of it going somewhere, but I hope it goes firmly into something more. Yeah, correct, Lori. That's probably what's happening. The asset switching. You saw it with we've seen it with the Mogul filters. That's the idea testing mod, by the way. Which is weird because aside from the visual filter, I mean, the other idea testing mods still work. But anyway. Oh, just in time for a harvest. Actually, I'm gonna need to be on mouse and keyboard anyhow. I'm actually gonna leave this to live right now. Seriously? I freed you. Oh, there's another stinger. Oh my gosh, some of the eyes got the monkey tails. Like all of them for once. I need to work on those too. Okay. Let's drop these here. Actually, yeah, we can just pick these up. If I'm being honest, we can keep going with this farm for sure. We need loads of rope. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Just to be safe, I'm going to put some glommer goop there for that werepig. Nothing really goes after that. The last thing I need is a bird to just, like... decide to eat the seeds right as the day goes to night. These up. You shouldn't be able to grab it from there, but okay, yeah. Just as long as it's safe. Are you seriously gonna follow me all the way out here? Only to make a straight line for your beefalo bell, and then you have to get stuck out here? Come on, Leviticus. Work with me. And then I realized I should put that in here. Go figure. These out. By some, I mean most of them. But they're all mostly done. Curse my intrepid need to be farming these constantly now. But they're right there. That's a good amount. No, go on emergency. This stuff really packs a punch. It's a lot of fuel. Anyway, oh right. Now it's... So, Warley kitchen configuration is now complete. Not 3. Oh, no, not even peppers. Whoops. I guess we'll just have to put it there. This spot hiccups a bit sometimes, I notice. It's altogether really good. It's still really good. It's saving me a lot of button presses. How's the audio balancing, by the way, Lori? Oh, really? Very good. I'm glad. Alright. I guess I'll work on that a little bit later. Just thinking to myself. That'll be good for the asparagus gazpacho. Now something we need to finally get along to making. And then we got Hounds coming up soon. Did that guard like go up and attack the wall randomly? No idea why that happened. It wasn't his way or anything. Nah, just take it all. guess this too, right? Literally that too. Anyway, moving on. No, you're good, Lori. This one's long overdue as well. Okay, something else we want to cook. Actually, there's two other things. I'm just gonna start cooking. Okay. Bone bouillon's pretty direct. But to make moqueca, you need 1 tomato, 1 onion, at least 1/2 unit of fish, and any other filler, and then you get. Now, is moqueca particularly necessary? Not particularly, but I like making it. Also provides an additional use for the worm farm, just not fish cordon bleu, which it is useful, but still. It's rather silly how fast these regrow. I put them on default, I'm pretty sure, as well. And we got 11 to 10 days till summer, and we do need to go down to the ruins this time. No, I think the last dishes we need to focus on are lobster-based. And we'll start working out with those as well. I'll actually use these a bit more. Something crazy that we are going to actually skip this year is checking our Volt Goat pens. So we're going to have actually double the amount we normally would next year. Maybe he has a bit of a filler skill, but something I got put in Warley's skill tree is the food he makes from his crockpot dishes have increased freshness by at least 25%. It's a very easy one to do. Although, yeah, that might exacerbate the problem of people just using him and then switching off of him. Which is why there has to be something linked to him making him really strong for cooking different variants of dishes. Almost like, I want to say Wigfrid's inspiration meter? Something like that? Something around those lines could work. Oh no, tall scotch eggs. rather silly to think about, but it's a little bit silly having to do those tall Scotch eggs just because of how they're because of how the inconvenient it is. But if we weren't one to anybody else, you absolutely want these. Salted, if possible. See, we already run out. Alright, we have 16, so I want 16 slots open. So I want 2 more slots open. I think what I'm also going to do is switch my wireless cooking to the end of autumn, probably. Or more towards the end of autumn, last third. So we can do all our major bossing in the rain. Although it helps that we now finally have anti-rain measures. I mean, technically other people can read Wickerbottom's books, but they'll only do their effects in the hands of Wickerbottom. The only other effects you could probably get is from Wirt reading them, and she just gains sanity, depending on what book you're reading. That's really, unfortunately, the extent of it. I know it seems absolutely ludicrous, the amount of amount of stone fruit that we have, but remember, any rocks that we get, we convert into cut stone as well. Not only that, the ripe stone fruit can be absolutely used for any filler, especially anything that needs 1 unit of vegetable, i.e. the tall stalk eggs. Plus, there's also going to be another use for them as well. It involves one of the set pieces we just finished. I mean, it's a lot in the regards to, like, Wanda's backtrack watches. Now, I think would be really fun, just for especially for convenience, is maybe a mod that allows... I'm pretty sure it is out there, I just don't know if it's been upkept and it's working properly. Is to have one character be able to do everything all the other characters can do at once. I'm not saying that's balanced in the slightest, in fact, it's quite the opposite, but just for fun and convenience. It just cuts out having to switch back and forth. It's not a major deal, but just an idea, I thought. Okay, well, I guess some tea, I suppose, but... it's a reason to use the ice. Let's use the more used up ice. Okay, let's see here. Now we still need more rooms, and we still need more room in these. All right, we've got the time for it. Well, there's a reason why it's such a staple food. Do we finally use the excess monster meat? Well, I can't stall as Wartley anymore. I say facetiously. Alright. I'm confident in what we've made so far. I mean, okay, I could make some... I could make some other things, but there's no need for that right now. Let's go ahead and switch back to Wanda. Cooked up quite a storm. Glad of it. It's of course why you only do it like once a year rotation. Okay, I'll stop with the rock fruit. We have enough. Actually, I have more than enough, but that's the point. Okay, now Claus should absolutely be ready, provided he's out there. Oh, yep. He's right here. Let's see if we can go get some more mandrakes and other things. Any extra stuff. My gosh, I have to admit, I haven't fought him as much as I have ever before. Where as often as we fought him, actually, this can answer. Okay, sorry. We only fought him a whopping 10 times. I usually get either the mush cap or the glow cap blueprint by now. But before we do that, we need to get our bundling wraps sorted. Okay, for food. They'll get something else in there too. Taffy. Oh right, I had the honey ham. I mean, alternatively, we could just use. Yeah, that's fine. Now. Just leave that as is. But this is our combat care package, I like to call it. Change that later. Actually, no, hold on. Yeah, this way I might as well make a chest for the moon lenses. Actually, I don't need to for this one. Can't have you guys getting in the way right now. That was a little bit annoying. Alright, we got it. Oh my gosh, it hit one of the lower plants. And I wasn't wearing a helmet there. Oh my gosh. That was just silly. Freaking nonsense, dude. Yeah, sometimes the stupid priority just screws up and it hits one of the barriers. Still has me as Warley in the portrait. Not when I clicked at all. Can you imagine if I didn't have a writer below? I dare say it would have been faster to reroll again. has a lure plan. That's also the lure plan.
see what we got. Nice magic. I think we have this already. Yeah.
Alright, I've been streaming for 4 hours straight. I need to take a break. When we do, we'll do some more boss runs, and then we'll go down to the ruins for summer. One of those moments makes it feel glad you have the boss announcement. Oh my gosh. I've actually run out of room. Thought I put signs somewhere, not just the directional one. Well. Alright guys, if you're watching the VODs, if you're watching live, thank you very, very much for sticking with me. You might want to just jump ahead like 20 minutes or so, and I should be back by then. And until then, enjoy the music. Okay, we're back. Things are still damp, so let's go ahead and fight our rounds. Alright, you, let's go. Aw. Why'd you have to break the streak that soon? What wet dragonfly? I don't see a wet dragonfly. Well, if history repeats and it's 1-2, it'll rain before summer, or in the transition to summer. So we'll fight Bee Queen then. I would say we've been slacking a little bit in that department, but really don't need it. The only reason I'm using this is for the garlic, really. It is technically better than the powdered cake, because even though the powdered cake has a ludicrously long freshness meter, this has none. It's just fine. I know these have been there for a while, but we're gonna have to move these now. Pretty sure these were... They are gonna have to be off-center because they don't follow the rest of this line. Actually, this reminds me that these two over here are actually off-center as well. Okay. Hey, there's the rain. Looking at my notes. Oh well. Taffy goes all the way up here.
should have one there.
Alright, let's see here. We are right next to a lunar storm. It should be fine though. I don't think that moon really makes things annoying. That moon gleam was just a source of so much annoyance, dude. If only I could attack them. I would just rather not find out if whether or not the lightning from the storms can damage structures. I really don't need that right now. You can shock all you want, it's not gonna work on me anymore. Well, the good news is it doesn't seem like it works on the catapults. I guess we can try. sure why they caught fire. It's a bit odd. Oh, right, so if the other one's detonating in the middle of the game. It's fine if the avocados are gone. We don't need too many of them. Honestly, I was worried about having too much even for what I was going to use them for. I'm also not used to using gunpowder. I'm used to using just action Q to get rid of, or to go through all of them. Remember, these all pile up. I guess in the meantime, I'm using them here. really run out the rocks. Which we quite thankfully might have too many of. Yep, too many. Okay, I'll tell you what. No, we can do it now, actually. I'll just change these afterwards. Okay, but only because I haven't gotten around to it. We'll worry about decorations later. For sure, learn this, yeah. Shouldn't need this or this. Need this here. This is really odd. Rain in summer in the ruins. Actually, 1 second. shouldn't. Okay, how many will it take? If it ever reaches that number. Yep, got it in one. Might need to bring some more down with us, I suppose. We still need a way for the ruins to reset anyhow. I doubt Ancient Guardian's wet enough. Yeah, nothing else around here is, so he's not. It's whatever. Where's my alarming clock? Did I wrap it up in here? Please tell me I did. Button lag. I switched it with something to make sure it was on the top row. Here it is. Somehow it got mixed in with the hammers. mean, I guess that is true. We don't have to do this immediately. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. I have no idea why the statues near the bishops always end up being empty. I mean, there's like one or two times I can think of where they weren't. It's pretty odd. I actually have a cave playlist. This is when I decided to stop. It suits it. It's suitable. Actually, wait a second. Nope, neither of them have anything. Alright, come on. Oh, fine, I guess we can do that too. Just as long as they don't quick attack me, like they're not supposed to. Since we have so much green gems and so much deconstruction staves, we'll just use up what we have here to get a hold of those statues that the bishops are so stubbornly guarding. Let's see here. Maybe these two over here, and then there's a little... No, I'm pretty sure I got those. While we're on it on the way back, actually. Going to attack me. No, hopefully we shouldn't. Hopefully we won't get any clockworks. Okay, over here is fine. sure that was an anomaly. Should mention, we still haven't even collected all of the gold that we got from our wires the last time we were down here. They're all still sitting with picking. Excuse me, it hit me through the beefalo? Alright, everyone go to sleep. That was nonsense. The garlic did save me there, by the way. There's one. That's why we stay on the beefalo. Actually, so yeah, I need to look over this way. So this area is done. Going across here. We're just waiting for the gateway to recharge. Should happen the next day, I believe. Okay, come on, where'd they all go? Okay, here's one. Hmm. 11 uses, we'll take it. This is a little bit dangerous. Actually, yeah, the reason I don't bring Hutch in the ruins is because she draws the aggro of all the other clockworks, but when I'm doing this hunting out here in the wilds, yeah, I should probably bring her. Well, if I'm being honest, I have some crafting I still have to do at the Ancient Suicide Station, so we'll go do that instead while we wait for the cooldown to resolve.
just get rid of them, but I'm just gonna reset. Fortunate as it is, it's just not worth it. Especially now we've cleared out enough times. There we go. I actually tested if you can leave it like this. Unfortunately, you can't. When you leave the screen, the lure plants they don't exist off screen, oddly enough. So they disappear, and then Field Weaver gets to the gateway. Yeah, I was just thinking of things that you could do while we wait. Refine some things, maybe, but you'd have to bring them down also. You can't refine the pool side, you need a station over here. Which, I mean, I could just spawn for myself, but... It does seem like a bit much. Okay, guys, how many times? Two times? Two times. Okay. Well, it's definitely not this one time. Nope. Four times. Lori, you're guessing too low. Hit 4 digits, brother. Hit 4 digits. Fifth time, oh my gosh. I'm pretty sure this is the only one here left, right? Seriously didn't leave any deconstruction steps down here for me. Well, we'll have to fix that now. Make one for myself then. next verse, same as the first. Oh, come on. Seriously? Well, he's too far away for some of these. A little awkward when we go. another thing to think about. It's 40 minutes per cooldown. No, I didn't. Can't believe I did this again. US, right? First of all, it's an E. Okay, back to where we were. I don't trust them not to follow that glitch anymore. You know, like I ever particularly did, but now I'm just gonna take extra precautions. We already had enough nonsense today. I actually did forget that a little bit. You have a... I wouldn't say seething, but you have a particular hatred and disdain for the caves. Okay, that's nightmare phase. Oh, about your comment, Lori. I should probably trust the game to follow its programming, but I know it has an issue with that. I guess it's just an unfortunate circumstance. Yeah, I know. No, controller. Right, you can't do that in the case because the shards. Oh my gosh, dude. No, it's the controller. I had to have to cursor over to. I would have been fine if I was able to immediately use my watch, but I'm not on a keyboard. Correct. You can stop it if you activate the Ageless Watch. What also sucks about the shortcoming of the game is that the Depths Worm was spazzing out between its aggro animation and its attack animation. That's how I got hit. It was supposed to aggro to me, but then it automatically switched to an attack. It's the same glitch from enemies just not aggroing to you altogether. It can get a bit disheartening to constantly watch out for the game's shortcomings. Like, instances where I forgot my armor, yeah, that's my fault, but the animation one, nah, it kills a lot of hardcore runs too. Honestly, I wouldn't mind doing a hardcore run eventually, but I'm not sure how to treat stuff like that. Yeah. Although, to be honest, Lori, I'm not too worried about that. Unfortunately, it's just a useless tile set. What's actually rather crazy is like there's actually not enough to do down here in the caves. Well, even while waiting for a 5-day timer. Like, I kind of just take the extra measure to hunt depth worms. mean, this works for me. To get rid of each other. Toadstool 3? What do you mean? Unfortunately, it's not going to be this stream. Hopefully next stream. We got all the rocks necessary to make the cobblestone for it. Actually, yeah. It's about time we go take on the depth farms now. Yeah, that's correct. no dev forums out this way. Well, no matter anyway. Did I drop the Moggles because of him? I think I did. Well, that was a little close. There's a glove area here. Might as well use it. Let's go across the way. This might bring friends over. I'm surprised this didn't aggro this guy. Here's a large group with them. Very large group with them. end up missing a few things. Actually, if I'm being honest, okay. Let's go draw some things off in base while we're at it. Take these up. No worries, Lori. Thanks very much. Take care. Sleep well. Hope you feel better as well. I'm also gonna need some more shot away atriums. Ugh. $10 so we got 80 more minutes of this. The cooldown should end on 764. So we still got plenty of time. I'm just gonna make sure we're absolutely set for the future. The atriums. Okay, now we can head back down. Really? That's not nice. Okay. We still have these clockwork piles over here. Oh, okay, 63. But we didn't eat the honey ham, so... Or the honey ham. Okay, that was a red gem. This one's... I actually think it's empty. It's just these two statues. We'll just go reset ruins. I got plenty of things I gotta drop off anyway. Okay, I'm gonna guess 300. Works every time. You know what? I should be actually using dragon chests. In the meantime, I'll just have this sort things out a little bit easier. Replace these as we go. Only 2 green gems. I'll pick these up later. We don't exactly need or want, or no, we don't exactly need gears particularly, so it's fine. Not too sure what I'm gonna do with some of these Houndia studios, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, ruins, ruins, and more ruins. This is only gonna be our second run through. Our second last. Next rotation will be our last one. We may not even do it, depending. Like, we'll probably have like 3 days. No, we could probably do it. Then we'll go around and clean up everything. Oh, I thought I brought your gun. Okay. There should be a green gem, I believe. Yep. Nice. Well, I guess I'm really glad these didn't replace with the renewal of the ruins. Phase. those three rules are accessible to me. I really don't like it when that animation just doesn't take. was two over in this part. It's supposed to re-aggro to me. Didn't do that. Think we got ahead of the curve on that one.
Okay, then we go fight Death Worms. Hey Veramira, how you doing? I hope I pronounced that right. Oh, here it is. I missed a monster meat somewhere. They always drop 4 each. There'll be 1 or 2 over here. Yep, there's one right now.
Okay, that's 2 animations that didn't follow through. Actually, you know what? Not yet. Although if we get ahead on glow berries, then I wonder what we're gonna do with the rest of the time. Oh, I guess I can actually do more crafting. For a few runs, I'll need to set up the area with chests, dragon chests specifically. Hey look, it's like a depth worm wave. Oop, well, I don't want them getting Leviticus either, so... And 2 of them are attacking him anyway. Alright, got it. Well, considering all these slippers are well-to-do, I'm gonna say there's not many depth worms here. No, this is the first area we came to. Aside from any stragglers, I'm pretty sure we got them all. Yep, there's one. And there's the other one. Okay, that should pretty much be all of them. Okay, we get all these. Oddly enough, I feel like we have too much thulecite, and I haven't even done any duplications either. It's really ridiculous. I guess it's true, you're more haphazard when you have actual health to burn. But all the same, we're gonna want some, let's see here. Oh, well, you know, thulecite walls, of course. Might as well make those. I don't see a drastic need for thulecite fragments just yet. At least not too many. So let's finally refine the ones that we have amassed this whole time. Actually, this sort of thing I can definitely just warp down here to quickly pick up. Would make more thulecite crowns, but honestly, we've amassed enough as it is. Nope, should have done this first. Nope, need more fuel.
We get more than enough lazy foragers just from Ancient Guardian. Oh, yes. I do actually need pickaxes for Nightmare Were Pig. Take these up with us. Kind of having a hard time spending all this thulecite right now. I mean, I'm sure that'll change when I start making more walls around the Megabase, but yeah, armor-wise, we still have like maybe 24 just sitting at base. I don't need papyrus for these. Right, this we need the drillstones and 444. We just need papyrus for that. We really don't need the Premier Garden here hat. I mean, we could just make more construction amulets. Maybe we could just make things more cheaper for us on the surface. That's kind of the plan. There we go. Okay, we're gonna have him hold that thought.
Okay, I'm gonna guess 4. Or 100. That also might be a bit close, so I kinda hope this isn't it. Yeah, it isn't. Okay. Sort of left the hammer here. Alright, let's mine everything and then clean everything up and we're good. Let's put all 3 just in case. For next summer, potentially. Here. Last day of summer, we'll just get all of our loot and head home. Well, he just woke up Clockwork Knight, so those two can go at it. In the meantime, we'll take apart the Clockwork piles. Well, we got plenty of nightmare fuel waiting for us down here. We're not looking for nightmare fuel right now. Again, I would bring Hutch with me, but she would aggro all of these guys. And that disjoints them. Unless I just try to take the time to let them go back into place. Now you want to come all the way over here. Before he was like tethered to the environment he was at. He just wants to give us a fresh glowberry. come back to later. We can go ahead and just drop now for stacks of what we need at the moment. We'll just leave a mental note. There's a couple of things we can come back for in the ruins. I suppose I could just stack these all up then. We're also absolutely covered for fire stabs. Okay, and we go ahead and we gathered all those. Just one quick check. Yep. Okay. Now let's just bundle all our loot together so we can take it up to the surface. No, these can stay here. These eventually have to make their way up with us. I mean, eight twigs. We can just make that into some pickaxes for down here. Alright, this area. Just leave this here to remind us that we have multiple levels to look for. we have. Stay here. Actually, let's. Yeah, we really need to work on some dragon chests for down here. We already have some boards down here for that. Okay, well, we can take a stack of some of these with us to the surface. Use them for fuel for some of our generators. Actually, yeah, leaving this down here will be fine. We can always just drop down here for the construction amulet. Alright, I do believe that's everything. We have the bell, we have all of our other gear with us. If not, it's wrapped up. And let's wrap this up. Okay, as we close here, I know we started a little bit early myself, but I don't know why, I just hate to leave it on the cycle of the ruins. It's just, not to talk it down, because it is necessary, and it does allow for more really fun, honestly necessary stuff for the rest of the world, in the deconstruction staffs, and more. But I digress. Anyway, thank you very much for joining me. If you guys want, the VODs again are going to be on my channel on YouTube, same username. I'll keep you all abreast as to how the Warley playthrough is going to turn out. What I'm going to probably do is I'm going to be making some scripts so that I have those segments already detailed for the edited run. We're going to keep working on this a little bit more. But I have grad school starting next week, and obviously that's going to leave a little bit, well, depending on how the workload turns out. But that's going to still leave a little bit of time management for me. So, hope to see you guys next time. I will be streaming tomorrow from today. Will not be streaming on Wednesday. But I should hope to stick to my schedule now of Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. And when we pick this up, we'll continue working on our field. I'll keep working on our base. We got quite a lot done, ultimately. So I'm really glad for it. It is going to start to be something. Alright guys, I hope you have a good night, a good day, wherever you are, and hope to see you then. Take care.